It is now 7:20 on June 12th, 2023. I'll call this spring annual town meeting to order. I'll entertain a motion to admit. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the following non-registered voters or visitors be admitted to the meeting. Rob Carbone, NORCAM, freedom of the floor. Maureen Doherty, North Reading Transcript, freedom of the floor. Jason Smith, NORCAM, freedom of the floor. And further that the, can you hear me? Can you hear me? And further that the following non-registered voters be admitted to the meeting and permitted to sit with the officials and departments they serve. Susan Duplin, Town Clerk; Stephanie Foley, Assistant Town Clerk; Carol Ducros, Staff; Danielle McKnight, Town Planner; Patrick Daly, Superintendent of Schools; Derek Klein, KP Law Town Council. Also Brian Carter, Harold Miller, Joseph Parisi, Danielle McKnight, Sue Mayer, Allison Kane, Sophia Nalu, Piper Kerwin, Debbie Carbone, Susan Smith, Marianne McKay, Pamela Swanson, Michael Connolly, Lillian Hartman, Tom Wokel, Dan O'Donnell, Gary Noel, Patrick Daly, Mark Zimmerman, Matt Prince, Michelle Orfani, Robert Collins, Sharon Keller.
I have the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? While they come in and get seated, all the visitors should be seated in the far wall to my left. Department personnel can be seated in the first row in the front to my right. I was asked to let everyone know that the clerk of the Board of Selectmen, Rich Wallner, was unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, unable to attend tonight. That's why he's not here. The tellers for tonight, should we go to accounting of hands? To my right would be Chris Hayden, and to my left would be Lori Capizzuto. They will count from the front all the way to the back. And the dividing line is the speed bump that I almost tripped over already. Badges. All visitors should be wearing a black badge. All registered voters should be wearing a pale blue badge. Please shut off your cell phones so as not to interrupt the meeting. There is a handout that was available at the table. If you did not pick it up, it is related to the budget. So when we get to that, they do have it here. So if you did not get the handout when you checked in and you want the handout on the budget, raise your hand and they'll bring one to you now. For the microphones, anyone seeking recognition, please stand up, go to the microphone. When I call on you, state your name and address for the record, and then you may speak. Every speaker tonight has 5 minutes to speak. If you want more than 5 minutes, you have to request a leave of the meeting. If you requested a leave of the meeting and it's approved, you can speak for the allotted time you were given. If you do not, if it is not approved, you still have 5 minutes. With that, the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Gonzalez. Pledge of Allegiance. United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Minipelli.
Article 1, Mr. Moderator.
Dispense with the reading of the warrant.
I'm sorry. Mr. Moderator, I move to dispense with the reading of the warrant and to refer to the articles by number, and further to dispense with the reading of the return of service by the constable.
I have the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 1, Ms. Minipelli.
Article 1, fiscal year 2023 budget amendment. Mr. Moderator, I move to pass over Article 1 as printed in the warrant.
I have the motion. Recommendation from the Select Board. Ms.
Select Board
Minipelli.
recommends passing over.
To the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends passing over.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 2.
Article 2 is the fiscal year 2023 capital budget amendment. Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the fiscal year 2023 capital budget as approved under Article 17 of the June 6, 2022 annual town meeting by appropriating $150,000 from free cash for temporary construction, signage, and other mitigation, including temporary traffic signal lights at the intersection of Park and Central Streets, as necessitated by the closure of Chestnut Street at the Ipswich River.
Recommendation for the Select Board. Ms. Minipelli.
Select Board recommends.
The Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 3.
Article 3 is the fiscal year 2023 capital budget amendment, synthetic turf athletic field. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriates $356,000 to pay costs of designing and constructing a synthetic turf athletic field, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $356,000 shall be transferred from bond sale premiums that are reserved for appropriation in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 20, and that the portion of the appropriation to be raised by borrowing under Article 17 of the June 2022 annual town meeting in the amount of $356,000 for the same purpose is hereby rescinded.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
School Committee.
School Committee recommends 5-0.
Further discussion. Ms. Capizzuto.
Loretta Capizzuto, 12 Duane Drive. I'm just curious if the track is involved in this renovation. I know it's the turf, but was the track included in this?
Mark. Mr. Gilberto.
It is not, no. This is replacement of the turf carpet only.
Is there any time soon that maybe the track might be considered?
It's,
Mr. Gilberto.
we'll monitor the condition. It is not a proposed capital project at this point in time, but we'll certainly keep an eye on that condition.
Any further discussion? Mr. Yule.
Yes, thank you. Jeff Yule, 427 Park Street. But how many years ago did we put the turf field in? 10, 12 years ago? I believe that when we, I don't know if you can all hear me, I hope. Mr. Moderator, can you hear me? Okay. 10 or 12 years ago, we put in the turf field. It cost over $1 million for it to be built. And the idea at that time was, we had grass on the field. It had to be maintained every year and so on. And this would be cost saving by having a turf field such as the one that we do have. Now we're 10 years, 12 years later, and we have to put in about $356,000. And is that including the emblem in the center of the field, by the way? I know that was voted at the school committee meeting. Is that included in that?
Mr. Moderator, through you, no, it's not. It's funded separately through American Rescue Plan Act funding.
I'm sorry, it's very hard to hear you. I'm sorry.
That better? Thank you. Mr. Moderator, through you, the emblem you're speaking of was funded through American Rescue Plan Act funding by the select board in March. Funded separately.
Funded separately. So that's in addition to the $356,000. Thank you. Mr. Moderator, through you. So, again, the idea was to have this field be cost effective. And now we have another $356,000+ to redo the field. It makes me wonder whether mowing the lawn of a football field and reseeding every year or so would have amounted to $356,000 over that time. And it makes me wonder whether that over $1 million that we put into installing the field could have been applied to monthly maintenance of the field. So I just wanted to make a point that we're spending now a field that's has cost us over nearly $1.5 million over the past 10 or 12 years. And that's a lot of money just to maintain a football field. So, thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just as a point of clarification, the turf field was originally paid for through Hillview Enterprise funds, not through taxpayer dollars. So the original investment that was made to make that a state-of-the-art, the beginning of a state-of-the-art facility in relation to athletic events, as you can see, the fruits of our labor have paid off significantly. In addition to that, we've had a significant amount of input in state aid from Representative Jones and Senator Tarr over here that have been able to supplement our costs associated with the athletic facilities at the field. There's no doubt a dozen years ago that at some point the life of these fields, 10, 15 years, would have to be replaced. So here we sit. And at the time, Hillview made it very clear. They would put the money up through the enterprise fund to fund the rehabilitation and the building of the field at no cost to the taxpayers, but it would be incumbent upon the school department and general government to handle the replacement, and that's where we are today. So just as clarification, we, meaning taxpayers, have not spent $1 million or $1.5 million on this facility. And it's an investment well made. We hosted a significant amount of regional events and athletic events at the high school level, and people rave about the facility, and we should maintain it, and we should invest in it. Thank you.
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I do want to clarify for folks here. If you recall approving this project last June, you did. We voted to approve financing for this project by borrowing. We've since revised the financing plan. We're able to pay for it with bond premium funds that we have available to actually avoid having to borrow for it. So this is an already authorized project. We're not asking for additional funding. We are changing the funding so that rather than borrow, we use funds available from the proceeds of selling bonds in previous years. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 4.
Mr. Moderator, would you please entertain a motion to admit Senator Bruce Tarr?
Yes, and what?
I move to admit Senator Bruce Tarr.
There's a motion, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Welcome, Bruce. Article 4.
Article 4 is to fund fiscal year 2022 snow and ice deficit. Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $395,900 to fund a deficit in the fiscal year 2023 snow and ice budget as specified in Article 4 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board,
Select Board recommends.
for the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 5.
Article 5 is fiscal year 2023 appropriate funds to capital improvement stabilization fund. Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $1,397,236 to be added to the capital improvement stabilization fund as specified in Article 5 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
The Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 6.
Article 6 is fiscal year 2023 transfer of funds to other post-employment benefits liability trust fund. Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $100,000 to be added to the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund as specified in Article 6 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. I'll entertain a motion to admit.
Mr. Moderator, I move to admit James Dillon and Matthew Mulcahy.
Motion to admit. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 7.
Article 7, fiscal year 2023 appropriated funds to stabilization fund. Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $300,000 to be added to the stabilization fund as specified in Article 7 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Mr. Yule.
Yes. Excuse me, Jeff Yule. I'd like to know what the goal is on the stabilization fund. It's obviously a very valuable and important aspect of our finances. What is there a goal for that, or is there a limit or a minimum that we're trying to attain? Thank you.
Ms. Hobart, from the Finance Committee.
So as you know, the stabilization fund is to safeguard our town. It's kind of like stashing some money in case you get laid off or something. And it's very important that we continue to add to this fund. At the moment, we have approximately 5.7% of the town's net revenue. Town's net revenue is $71,439,004. We would like to see that this fund is 10% of the town's net revenue. Hence, we need to continue to add to the stabilization fund. Not only that, but as you know, with inflation and everything else, if we were to hit some catastrophe, those costs that we currently look at in a few years will be quite a larger amount. So this is an important fund to maintain. We've worked very hard over the last 10 or 15 years to get it up to some reasonable amount, and we need to continue to fund it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Article 8.
Article 8, FY 2023, transfer funds to solid waste stabilization fund. I move to pass over Article 8 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 9.
Article 9, FY 2023, transfer funds to water stabilization fund. I move to pass over Article 9 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 10.
Article 10, FY 2023, appropriate funds, the participating funding arrangement fund. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $430,695 to be added to the participating funding arrangement fund as specified in Article 10 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
For the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 11.
Article 11, FY 2023, transfer funds to school district reserve fund for unanticipated, unbudgeted costs for special education, out-of-district tuition, or transportation. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $150,000 to be added to the school district reserve fund for unanticipated, unbudgeted costs for special education, out-of-district tuition, or transportation as specified in Article 11 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Mr. Buckley, I'm sorry, Mr. Buckley.
School committee recommends.
School Committee. Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Article 12.
Article 12, FY 2023, appropriate funds for legal expenses, 20 Elm Street. I move to pass over Article 12 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Please go to the microphone, sir. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, Art Zavarella from Cedar Street. Could you just explain what this is about? I'm not clear about what it's about.
Mr. Studo.
The 20 Elm.
Yeah.
So, in August of 2019, the town claimed safe harbor against a 40B affordable housing project at the 20 Elm Street location. And since then, we've been fighting through various state agencies, the developer of whether or not that will get built. It's still, we're waiting for a decision. That's what this is, and we're passing it over because we still have enough funding for projected future needs. So that's why there was no need to ask for more at the present time.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 13.
Article 13, FY 2022 appropriate funds to cover grant deficits. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $47,909 to fund the deficit in the FEMA grant, $15,585 to fund the deficit in the CARES Act grant, and $33,250 to fund the deficit in Chapter 90 fund, as specified in Article 13, as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends passing over. Well, no, sorry, Select Board recommends.
They weren't all easy for you, you know.
Well, the next one's pretty good.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 14.
Article 14, create opiate settlement special purpose stabilization fund. I move to approve Article 14 as printed in the warrant, except that there is no appropriation to transfer any funds already received prior to July 1st, 2023.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 15.
Mr. Moderator, I move to authorize payment of bills for the prior fiscal year from the fiscal year 2023 operating budget voted under Article 12 of the June 6, 2022 annual town meeting in the following amounts. $265 from line 11, town administrative expenses, for committee room use fees. $599 from line 19, accounting expenses for training and education. $175.50 from line 52, DPW expenses for sanitary services. $6,298 from line 103, water expenses for backflow testing. $600 from line 105, Hillview Country Club expenses for sanitary services. And to appropriate and authorize payment of $8,710 from free cash to pay prior year assessing expenses as specified in Article 15 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board unanimously recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
This does require a 4/5 vote, but I don't think that'll be a problem. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Article 16, Mr. O'Leary.
Mr. Moderator, I move to authorize the Select Board to choose all necessary officers, town officers not elected by ballot, and to determine what instructions shall be given.
Recommendation for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion?
Oh, no action required, I'm sorry.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Article 17.
Mr. Moderator, I move to accept the printed town report as the calendar year 2022 as report of town officers and committees.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
No action required.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 18.
It's nice to see that these speed bumps aren't slowing us down. That's good. Article 18. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote pursuant to the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5K, which the town previously accepted under Article 5 of the April 3rd, 2000 annual town meeting, to authorize the Select Board to adjust the exemption allowed by statute by increasing the maximum reduction of real property tax bill up from $750 to $1,000 based on up to 100 volunteer service hours in a given tax year as specified in Article 18 as printed in the warrant.
Before I take the recommendations, the Finance Committee had wanted to present under Article 17. I'm just being told of this now. So could we take the motion off the floor?
Absolutely. Moderator, just let the record show that I have withdrawn the motion at this time.
Well, some of what I was going to say has already been said when we did the discussion on the budget. But one of the things that the Finance Committee feels fairly strongly about is that. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Anyway, one of the things that the Finance Committee feels very strongly about is while we may have developed budget this year, it has not been without a lot of work and effort, and we have not been able to meet all the needs of the community. Through careful conservative planning and a larger than usual amount of free cash as well as other funds, we've managed to pull it off. But people need to understand that free cash is not a stable amount. One year you might get a ton of it, the next year you might get very little. So free cash cannot be used for recurring expenses such as salaries. We've been unable to afford expanded services such as all-day kindergarten, and we've been unable to fill some department requests for new positions such as the full-time adjustment health schools. It's important to not only free cash, but it's important to understand that some of these funding sources cannot be counted on year to year. General revenue does not cover all the town's expenses, and going forward, we may have increased difficulty in funding these services, which residents expect to receive. As noted in our report to county beginning of the warrant, we will be remiss if we fail to take care of the town's infrastructure. You will note that the capital plan which you already voted on, including repairs to the Park Street Bridge as well as engineering review of the book, as well as engineering redesign of several various intersections, in addition to road work among the various projects. We also must take care of our schools and municipal buildings. A good deal of work has been done on the main tavern, the library, during meeting house, and on other structures over the past year or so. Additionally, projects will occur in the upcoming year. Town must deal with failure colleges at Chestnut Street, a very expensive project. And although engineering design money can be earmarked in this year's capital budget, deterioration has occurred more quickly than anticipated, causing this project to require immediate remediation. And those are the high points. In an effort to provide a clearer picture of the town's revenues and expenses, as well as how this impacts your tax bill, the Finance Committee has provided charts at the beginning of the round. Later on this evening, Mr. Keller will go through those charts and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mr. Keller.
I'll be very brief. In your warrant, if you've got it with you, there are two pie charts and one table. If you go to pages 5 and 6 in your warrant and take a look at the two pie charts, these depict where the first one on the left-hand side on page 5, where all of the money comes from to run the town, exclusive of the enterprise fund, Hillview, Parks and Rec, most of Parks and Rec, and the water enterprise. But $81.3 million to do all of the things that are before the town, all of the programs and all of the employees. And that comes from, you see on the pie chart, mostly, the largest piece of it, 60% of it, from residential taxes, almost $49 million. We get about $10 million in state aid. We collect an additional almost $6.7 million in commercial and industrial real estate taxes. So it's the same tax rate, we just broke it out here. So our total taxes are the sum of the $48 million and the $6.7 million. That's what we collect in taxes. Other items that are on there are debt exclusion taxes. That refers to the amount of money that you pay your tax bill to cover things like the school. That was done as a debt exclusion. It was an override. There are others as well. The police station, when it was built, was a debt exclusion. There are a few of them. But that's a separate item. And we collect those taxes, paid off that debt, and the debt's paid off. Those taxes won't be collected any longer. And then we've got other fees and taxes, other financing sources, and motor vehicle excise taxes. If you're really, really interested in what all these are, on the following page, you'll see a list. I'm not going to go through it. So we collect $81 million in revenue, and then we spend it. And it's spent on the chart, on the pie chart on page 6. 47% of it goes into education. About 18% of it is pensions and benefits. The debt exclusion, which I mentioned on the previous page, this pays for the debt service, the principal and interest on those override votes for the construction of this building and other projects. And then public works, police, fire, general services, administration of finance, and any debt service on non-exempt items. We'll look when we get to Article 25, we'll talk about what the debt service will be on non-exempt items, meaning it's non-exempt from the override. It's being paid for within the budgets, within the $81 million. So that's where it comes from, that's where it goes. If you flip back one page, we have a table in here that shows, remind you, when we look at the $81 million that we take in, it does not all come from taxes. It comes from only 48 and $55 million roughly comes from taxes. The rest of it comes from other sources. So what this is on page 4 is the spending of that $55 million round numbers by category. Half of it goes to schools, 18% pension benefits, so it's similar to the other chapters, but it's a little different. So you can actually, we've got an example of somebody with about a $750,000 piece of property who pays about $10,500 in taxes. This is where it goes. You could take this and put your own tax bill in here, and you'd know how much, by using those percentages, how much of your taxes, and it will be 50% of what you're paying in real estate taxes is going to education and all these other things. Finance Committee is decided this year that we thought we would try to get a little bit more transparency into what what we're doing, and our plan is in future years, maybe even October, to expand on this and see if we can't provide some other information. Hope it's useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary, Article 18.
Mr. Moderator, again, I move that the town vote pursuant to provisions of general laws, Chapter 59, Section 5K, which the town previously accepted, under Article 5 of the April 3rd, 2000 annual town meeting, to authorize the select board to adjust the exemption allowed by statute by increasing the maximum reduction of the real property tax bill up from $750 to $1,000, based on up to 100 volunteer service hours in a given tax year, as specified in Article 18 is put to the warrant.
Recommendations for the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
For the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, John, 24 Fieldcrest Terrace. I just have a question just to better understand this. You do the math, that's $10 per hour. We all understand that minimum wage is $15 an hour. Is there a reason why we're not able to give them $1,500 to equal the $15 an hour?
Trying to get clarification from town council as to what the statutory limitation is.
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you. That's a great question. So we have been trying to increase the amount over the years. We were at $5, went to $7.50, I believe, and now we're at $10. We are working to try to see if we can modify the way the payments are made. Some people in here know they're paid as wages, usually statues are taken out of them. We're trying to work with the Department of Revenue to address that as well. But we've made progress, we're trying to make continued progress, and I'll let Mr. O'Leary and Mr. Klein speak to the statutory issue.
Mr. O'Leary. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think it's directly to the question is statutorily, it's $1,500 is the maximum amount that's allowable at this point. So could we? Yes. As the town administrator pointed out, we introduced this program a few years back, where it was at $500, and then we moved it up incrementally to $750 a year. When it once it crossed the threshold of $600, we had to issue 1099s or W-2s to the senior participants, which means that it became a taxable amount. So we're looking to help augment that and again supplement the amount up to $1,000 at this particular point in time. You would not have a strong objection from people like myself to increase this amount, but again, we thought an incremental increase at this particular time would be appropriate, and we ask for your support. So $1,500 is the max amount allowed. Currently, we're moving from $750 to $1,000 a year. We currently have approximately 60 seniors that participate in the program. We're looking to increase it to 80. So hopefully people will pay attention and take advantage of the opportunity. And yes, from a dollars and cents standpoint, it's less than the minimum wage, but it certainly does help allow some seniors to stay in their home and help supplement the costs of living in an Northright. So incrementally, we're looking to move it up going forward.
Any further discussion?
Priscilla Fitzgerald, 5 Oak Street. I have a question. I'm just curious. Is there an issue with us reducing their appraised value? Can we take their assessment down so that they don't have to pay so much money? I mean, our taxes from 2000, come on, 23 years is outrageous. And anyone who's elderly in this town can no longer afford to be here. So let's try to get real about this. Senior citizens do not send children to school. So 47% or whatever that percentage is, they just give away. I know that I have personally probably paid for at least 2 generations of kids to go through the non-Reagan school department. And I'm fortunate that I can afford to stay here, but not everyone can. And I think the town is remiss in not doing whatever they can to help elderly citizens. Thank you.
The board wholeheartedly, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The whole board wholeheartedly agrees with the comments that were made. If you look at just what the Finance Committee presented just a few moments ago, the average tax bill of an average home here is assessed at $750,000, is in excess of $10,000, $10,500 a year. For people who've been in this community for a long time, long since retired, their incomes are somewhat fixed. And again, they don't see the increases in wages that other working families do, are certainly strapped, cash strapped. We can't necessarily reassess the property. There are other programs that some people who do take advantage of, programs for seniors and disabled veterans and other protected categories where they can get some supplementation for assistance with their tax bills. But it's, you know, it's not where it needs to be or where it can be. So this is something that the town has supported. We appreciate it over the past. We ask for your support now and do what we can. We look to move this up incrementally as we move forward. It certainly helps the people that participate in the program appreciate it very much. But again, it is taxing, literally, for people who have an average home of over $10,000 a year. So we appreciate your support, and we will certainly look at incrementally moving this up at a more rapid pace.
We just spent, Priscilla Fitzgerald, 5 Oak Street, we just spent $350,000 for the turf field. You mean to tell me there are 60 seniors and all we can do is grant them $60,000? Come on. We have to do better than this, people. I don't know what it is, because I'm not an attorney and I'm not involved in that stuff. But you guys have to do better and figure it out. Thank you.
Ma'am.
26 Lindor Road, Deb Pachuto. I offer a friendly amendment. Why don't we go to $1,500? I move that we increase the senior tax rebate to $1,500.
I need it in writing.
Pardon me?
I need it in writing.
Go ahead.
Can someone?
She's writing it down.
So now, the main motion is being amended. We just need it in writing.
She's writing it down right now.
Okay, he's got it. Is this in regards to the amendment?
Germaine.
Germaine to the amendment? Please.
So, first question is,
Name and address for the record.
Noel Kelly, 33 Leland Road. We currently have 60 people participating in this program, is that correct?
Correct.
So at $10 an hour, we have 60 people. If we bump it up to $15 an hour, my guess is we're going to have a larger subscription to the program. So the question is, how are we going to pay that additional revenue commitment? Since we're in a budgeting situation here, if we're advocating additional revenue now, is it accounted for in this budget? Will it adversely impact the budget? Just qualify, I'm not against the proposal, I'm just asking the question.
Mr. Gilberto?
Mr. Moderator, through you, yes, an increase in the dollar amount would presumably increase the cost of the program. It's funded through our overlay account, which is an annual amount that we account for in the budgeting process. I'm not prepared to offer a reduction in some other area of the budget at this point in time to account for it, and would suggest that we review it between now and October. If an adjustment is required at that point, then we'll address it then.
Now, we have the amendment on the main motion's been amended to an amount of $1,500. Any further discussion on the amendment to $1,500? The select board and the finance committee are going to take a position. Mr. O'Leary.
The select board unanimously recommend supporting the amendment.
Finance committee.
The finance committee does not recommend this at this time. While we acknowledge that the town could do more for seniors, it's very difficult to do something at the last minute when our budget has already been accounted for. I would suggest bringing it back up again in October.
Further discussion?
So as you've indicated, 60 people are participating. Yeah, we can have supply and demand and the full 80 could participate, or just the 60 people still will participate. It's a marginal increase.
Ms. Gonzalez.
I would like to ask our assessor manager if she could come up and speak and explain further. Mrs. Carbone.
Ms. Carbone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. What I'd like to explain where the revenues come from when we offer this kind of source is called an overlay balance. There are many deductions that come out of that overlay balance. We have abatements, we have our elderly exemptions, our veterans exemptions. If we, in my opinion, if we were to do this tonight, we don't know that we can pay for it. As Mr. Gilberto said, maybe look at it in the fall. We have been doing it financially responsible by increasing it over time. We have 60 applicants, as we've said, but we need to make sure that the money's in there to pay it. We can't just say, okay, we're gonna expend it. We also increased our exemption amounts just last year. So that is consuming more of the overlay balance.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. the town can afford this. I don't care where you get the money from. I don't care if it's free cash. I don't care if there's a collection box going into town hall. This is appalling that we're making our senior citizens who have built this town leave this town. It embarrasses us. It embarrasses me. And I think that you're talking about all of this money. You can pull out $60, $80, $100,000 out of something, a little bit from everything, and pay for this. And I would like the town to go along with this because it's really important. I see it every day. Okay, let's find this money. I don't want to hear any excuses. This is why we have town meetings, so we can vote on these things. I don't care that your budget is set. I really don't care about all that. This is town meeting. You're supposed to be governed by the people. And I, one of the people, want this to pass. Thank you.
Mr. O'Leary, just for some clarification. Obviously, this isn't like a direct appropriation for this account to come up with the money. As the assessing manager put it to you, it comes out of the overlay reserve account. Right now, you're going to be appropriating $250,000 to the overlay reserve. And that's for basically abatements for people who file abatements on their property assessments and other such ancillary expenses. So, can it be absorbed? It's not going to be easy to absorb it because, again, as was pointed out by the Finance Committee and the administration, we have been working very hard, hundreds and hundreds of hours to balance this budget. The Select Board has endorsed moving it up to $500, knowing full well that it could create a hardship in relation to balancing the budget and getting things done. But again, we can come back in October and try and amend it back then. So it's not a direct appropriation coming up and finding the money somewhere. It has to come out of specific funds, specific accounts, and we'll try and work within them if the town meeting so desires.
Ms. Gonzalez.
I'd like to ask if our Veterans Director, Susan Wagner, could get recognized to speak.
Ms. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For those of you that are veterans or widows or of veterans, there are benefits out there for you as well, through state as well as federal funding. So I know we do our hardest to do a lot of outreach on that end. But if any of you are having issues with financials and that, please reach out to our office because there may be things, even if it's all your medications being covered, your medical reimbursements, you could get that. And there's also pensions out there for people on a low income. So take the opportunity to reach out to the office so we can see if there's anything else we can help you with. And don't forget, there's also fuel assistance up there, SNAP programs, Mass Health buy-in programs. So there's a lot out there. And take the time to, look up the website, call us, give us a shout, and we'll be more than happy to help you out.
Mr. Ewell, this is on the amendment only.
Yes. Can you hear me? The increase to $1,500 equates to an additional $30,000. And that number is interesting because when I was at a select board meeting, they found the revenue for the emblem on the center of the football field, which was, if I recall correctly, $38,000. Now they did, work on a deal with the school committee to kind of split the number up a little bit. But that means you can't do that. You can't split the money up. You can't move money around for something like this. At $10 an hour, that is a shame. And we need to remember that a lot of the money that is going towards the education is from the seniors. So they need some help. Thank you.
This is a point of clarification. Again, the money was not found. That was was split between the school department and the select board, and also the use of ARPA funds. It was not tax revenue, it was one-time monies that was being utilized to take care of the additional cost of the
We're getting way off the top. There's an amendment on the floor for the $1,500. I've not heard people say, I've heard some people say they're opposed to it. I personally would prefer we voted on the amendment and then vote on the article. Ma'am.
I'm going to say just one thing. This is a work-off program. They work to do things in the town, and they offset the labor of other town employees. I move the question.
You can't speak and move the question.
Okay.
I think I know what's going to happen.
No, you don't.
Mr. McGrath.
Ed McGrath, 8 Wall Road. Can we get an explanation on this overlay account? I just went through the warrant trying to find information on it. What is it? Where does the money come from? Just can we get some like a primer on what the overlay account is?
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the overlay reserve, so there are a number of programs to reduce property taxes in town, focused on veterans, the elderly, and disabled residents. When an individual qualifies for that program and sees their tax bill reduced because they qualify, the funding comes out of the overlay reserve account to make up the difference. So it's funding that we set aside in the budget process. It's approximately $250,000 for this upcoming fiscal year. We hold it separately for the event that somebody is awarded an exemption or reduction in their property taxes to make up for that dollar.
Marie Newell, 427 Park Street. I move to the question.
We'll move to the question, non-debatable. All those in favor of moving to the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Now with the amendment, this is the vote on the amendment to move the amount to $1,500. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. On the main motion for Article 18, as amended to $1,500. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Article 19.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just as a comment, thank you for the friendly amendment. And I think it's a good cause and good discussion, and I think it's a necessary move. So congratulations to the town meeting. Fiscal year 2024 operating budget, Article 19. I move to raise and appropriate and transfer the amount set forth in column headed Select Board recommended in lines 1 through 114, excluding line 101, which is debt service, and $45,340 in line 33, pensions and benefits, to be appropriated under a separate motion, including the transfer of other funds totaling $79,727,402, all as set forth in the budget detail dated June 12, 2023, as printed in the warrant. And further, that the lines for department salaries and expenses shall be considered a single appropriation for each department, except for line 100, which shall be for the purposes of paying assessments to the Northeast Metropolitan Regional Vocational High School and Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical High School.
Recommendation for the Board of Selectmen, Mr. O'Leary.
Select Board recommends.
The Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
School Committee.
School Committee recommends.
Discussion. Mr. Gilberto.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask for a 10-minute meeting for a presentation on fiscal year 2024 operating budget that I will make on behalf of the town's financial aid.
Request a 10-minute leave of the meeting for the purposes of a presentation of the budget for the next fiscal year. That requires a vote of the body. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Mr. Gilberto, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I just wanted to briefly go over the fiscal year 2024 budget strategy, and I'm here on behalf of the town's financial planning team, which consists of the representatives on the screen over my left shoulder from Town Hall, from the school department, the finance committee, school committee, and the select board. We sought to maintain our service levels to the extent possible where necessary to modify our ad services to respond to the community's needs, to minimize the impact of health insurance upon the operating budget, and to incorporate funding streams beyond our raise and appropriate, which is taxes and local receipts and state aid, to submit to you a balanced budget. Some key expenditure drivers, and we've seen these in budget meetings on the school committee and select board over the past few months. Health insurance, an increase of $726,880. That was after substantial negotiation with providers and working with our employees to reduce that cost. Our regional school assessment, $170,000 increase. County retirement, $217,000. I won't go through all of them. The two down the bottom I would note is we've had some turnover in the fire department, which has led to a $500,000 increase in operating costs. And we are expecting the school department will be affected by an increase in special education tuition to the amount of just under $400,000. So when you total those major drivers up, they end up at about just under 13% of an increase overall. Just a quick conversation about Proposition 2.5 and new growth. That's our property taxes, as you heard about earlier. When you total all of the new growth up, which has ended up being 3.7% with the new growth and property tax increase over last year, and then reduced it by what was increasing the budget on that prior slide, we ended up with about 0.2% left for the rest of the operating budgets. So if you look down below, you'll see the municipal recommended operating budget. You see that flash? I'll just summarize that when we did the school department and select board and town department requests, we were at about 17.8%. So a significant gap there to be made up. Another way to look at it is all of our fixed costs, then the division between municipal and school operations. There was a $935,900 shortfall for our fixed costs. Those are things we're handed a bill and really don't have much say over. We had to fund that amount of free cash as appropriated under some other articles. And there was about $2 million in gap that we had to work with to make up, to balance the budget for the school department and for municipal department operations. Just a quick summary of our available cash reserves. We have worked hard over the past 10 or more years to set aside funding, including funding in the stabilization fund that we added to. We're fortunate that our free cash number has been healthy over the past few years, but we do expect that that's going to be reduced in the coming years. Just a quick summary. This is a portion of undesignated fund balance available for appropriation. It's not cash per se, but it's approximately the total of cash receivables less current liabilities and earmarked reserves. It's also reduced by uncollected taxes. So to summarize it, it's the money we appropriated in departmental budgets but didn't get spent, turned back, and it's money we collected in tax or other revenue beyond what we budgeted added to that. So that's generally what free cash is certified by the Department of Revenue. This is the history going back 10 years. You see as a percentage, we've averaged at about 3 or so percent. It's been healthy in the past few fiscal years. Our finances have mirrored the state's finances in that we've seen a healthy amount of revenue available at the end of the fiscal year, but we do not expect that that trend is going to continue as the economy levels itself out. It's a division of how we spent some of that fixed cost free cash funding between snow and ice, retirement obligations, and the capital plan. This is how we allocated all of the funding in the operating budget, about 45% to the schools, 24% to municipal operations, and 30% to fixed costs. This is the allocation between, we just took the school and municipal split. It's always been about that percentage. The percentage is reduced for the schools and increased for municipal purposes. In general, over the past couple of years, as we've worked together to balance the budget. Some highlights: we maintain existing staffing, maintain our buildings, fund collective bargaining agreements, and respond to multiple requests for staffing in the fire department and library. We did have some unfunded requests, including requests for funding for one firefighter per shift in the fire department, and some other requests for funding that are listed here. Similarly, the school committee, meeting contractual operations and fixed operational costs, maintaining and adding staff as necessary for sound student-teacher ratios. We can see the areas here. I am speaking quickly because we had a lot of conversation. How am I doing that time, Mr. Moderator?
You still have about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just continue through then. Maintaining adequate health and safety services for all students and staff in the school community, addressing the social, emotional, and mental health needs of all students, and enhancing the curriculum leadership in the district. Continuing that one-to-one technology program for grades K through 12, and the operating cost to properly maintain all 5 school and surrounding campuses. There were unfunded school requests as reviewed in this committee hearing, including a new position requested not funded for a new full-time employee school adjustment counselor, as well as 1.5 full-time employee academic interventionist coaches. There were existing positions that were required to be eliminated in the school budget, including 1.0 full-time employee grade level position, a 1.0 digital learning specialist, and a 0.4 high school academic teacher, for a total of $180,000 in reductions. So trying to just show things in different ways, and the numbers don't necessarily always align because we're showing different parts of it, but we thought that this image showed kind of what's going on. And we received requests in the amount of $84,411,138. About $77.75 million of that was funded through raise and appropriate, so that's your property taxes, my property taxes, state aid, fees that come into the departments. But then we had to look elsewhere to make up the budget gap. About $1.5 million in recurring financing sources that are not raise and appropriate. And we had to go to about $3.8 million for non-recurring financing sources. About $1.3 million ended up not funded, as you can see. So we had to do a lot to try to get to a balanced budget this fiscal year, stretching every available resource that we had. Other revenue sources to keep in mind is elementary federal ESSER funding that will not be available in fiscal year 2025. About $1.3 million in school department user and other fees for kindergarten, transportation, for activity, and athletic purposes. $1.3 million in trash fee that we all pay through the quarterly bill. About $375,000 in investment income that's interest rate dependent, and about $3.8 million in other non-recurring finance sources. So looking to next year, the ability to carry this year's budget, last year's budget into this year's budget was strained. Many municipal and school requests were not able to be funded. Arriving at a balanced budget was a difficult process for the financial planning team, but we did so. It requires significant reliance on one-time funds for one-time costs that would ideally be funded from raise and appropriate. And while high amounts of free cash have allowed the town to balance its budget in recent fiscal years, economic and other factors are likely to reduce the amount available in future years. In summary, fiscal year 2025 will be even more difficult. The community will need to have difficult discussions about its priorities, including what it can and cannot afford to do within the limits of propositions remaining. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Gilberto.
Noel Kelly, 33 Newland Road. 2 points. Number one, if you turn the thermostat down by 4 degrees, you can save up to 4% on your cooling costs. 1 degree results in 1% savings, FYI. Okay? So we can use that going forward. That applies to everything we're looking at tonight. Secondly, I would just like to ask for some elucidation on the fire department increase. That's an extraordinarily high increase. Now, is this a result of bad planning? Is this a result of circumstances? I think this would be to everybody's interest to understand how this enormous increase occurred. Thank you.
Mr. Gilberto. Mr. Moderator, it's a great question. We are experiencing significant turnover in the fire department, largely due to retirements. So these are firefighters who have come to the end of their career, 25, 30, 35, or 40 years or more, working for the town. And there are a number of them, 5 of them within the past, looking back 12 months and ahead, another 6 months, Chief? 2 more, so 7 total, who are retiring. And so when that happens, we all know this is first responder positions. These are first responder positions. We need to have the fire department staffed with them. So when we have a vacancy that's created, we need to fill it. It's often filled with overtime. When a new firefighter is hired, we cannot send them to the academy until they are on the town's payroll. Once that happens, they train with the department, and they are then sent to the State Firefighting Academy in Stone. When that happens, it creates a vacancy, which is an additional cost. And so what's unique is that how many of these positions are turning over at the same time, and that's why it's being funded separately. I will note, all of that is separate from a request from the fire chief for 4 full-time additional firefighters that we are looking to try to fund in the future fiscal year, but we're not able to fund this year. Thank you.
Mr. Barrett.
John Brett, 2 Dogwood Lane. Mr. Gilberto, can you repeat the percentage increase of the FY24 budget from the FY23 revenues first? And the second part of the question is, can you, with some specificity, define what you mean by a balanced budget? Thank you.
So the percentage increases are outlined here. These were the requested and funded amounts. So for the municipal operating purposes, 3.39% increase. For school committee operating purposes, 3.6%. I think your question is probably a bottom line question.
Yeah, and in the aggregate, what's the percent increase?
So I'm just going to ask
24 to 23. So the percent increase.
Don't make it a dialogue.
Anyway, budget 24 to 23, and what is your definition of a balanced budget? Thank you.
So I'm going to ask the finance director to just give us a quick calculation on the omnibus percentage one year to the next while I'm answering the second part of the question, which is a definition of balanced budget is a budget that we bring here. It may span over multiple articles, including the operating budget, which we're talking about now, a couple of additional articles that are one-time in nature that will be funded, and the capital budget. It's a budget for which all of the appropriations that are asked at town meeting are backed up by either a revenue source or by available funds that we're able to transfer to ensure that it's the budget is funded for that definition. And I'm told the total is 3.6% for the omnibus budget.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And there's another motion under this, Article 19 for the debt side of the budget. Mr. O'Leary.
I move and appropriate and transfer the amount of $7,569,756 as set forth in column headed Select Board recommended in line 101, debt service, except as modified in June 12, 2023 handout, entitled handout number 1, which is that orange sheet, corrected fiscal year 2024 debt service detail, and to appropriate by transfer from the PFA stabilization fund the amount of $45,340 to partially fund line 33 pensions and benefits, the amount set forth in the column headed Select Board recommended. All is set forth in the budget detail dated June 12, 2023, as printed in the warrant, except as modified in the aforementioned handout.
Recommendation for the Select Board, or was there, Mr. O'Leary?
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
School Committee.
School Committee recommends.
Discussion?
Amy Charlie, 24 Field Crest Drive. Just a question looking at this, and I'm just ignorant, I don't know. When are we going to be done paying for the bachelor school, which is paying $550,000 annually? And it looks like we're still paying over $4 million for the high school. Do we know when we'll be done with those two debt?
Have to look at the debt service schedule, see when it falls out, try to get a year. 2025 for the bachelor. Yeah, we believe 2025 for the bachelor school and 34 or beyond that for the high school. Be beyond that, we've got permanent financing and all of it yet. So, yeah, I'm just trying to, we're thinking a lot of this. approximately 3 years of the bachelor's school. It's been close to 25 years. And then the high school, we haven't gone to permanent bonding at all yet. So that'll be a piece of the approach. We'll wait for the finance director, just looking at the debt schedule. So it's another action falls off. You have some other projects in mind, Amy? I said you have some other projects in mind to fill in when those fall off?
Well, the question comes up all the time, are we still paying for the high school? And clearly we are. So I'm just asking when we're going to be done paying for that.
We're still at the beginning stages of the high school. This isn't that old. So, I mean, there's 30 years financing on the high school, so there are at least 20 years left on that. I don't expect you to stand here answering your question. We congratulate you with that, 20 years from now. Is that satisfactory at this point? I mean, so approximately 20 years in that, less than 5 years on the bachelor's school.
If the finance director gets it, I will let the audience know. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 20.
Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $605,049 and the sum of $198,588 from the ambulance reserve to fund one-time recruit and paramedic training costs as specified in Article 20 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the select board.
Select board recommends.
For the finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Any discussion?
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. O'Leary.
just as indicated by the town administrator a few moments ago, we're having a substantial amount of turnover in the fire department due to retirements and the necessity to train new recruits, get them up to paramedic level so that we can actually bill at a higher rate, get some more income to help offset it. Again, so part of the source of revenue is the ambulance reserve, which is again the funds that we collect from the ambulance fees. So it's a one-time cost, a significant, approximately a third of the department, we turn it over in less than a year. So that's why it's not part of the annual operating budget.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 21.
Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $190,000 for the purpose of funding fiscal year 2023 retirement obligations for town employees as specified in Article 21 as printed in the warrant.
The recommendation for the select board.
Select board recommends.
Finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 22.
FY 2024 appropriate funds to other post-employment benefits liability trust fund. Proposed transfer in the amount of $375,000 and raise and appropriate in accordance with the annual financing plan.
I got the piece of paper, I was going to compare it to mine because she wasn't reading what I'm looking at.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I move to raise and appropriate the amount of $375,000 for the purpose of funding the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund as specified in Article 22 as printed in the warrant.
And recommendation for the select board.
Select board recommends.
Finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Article 23.
Article 23, authorize treasurer to enter into compensating balance agreements. I move to authorize the treasurer to enter into compensating balance agreements as specified in Article 23 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the select board.
Select board recommends.
For the finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 24.
Article 24, rescind authorization to borrow. I move to rescind the following portions of borrowing authorizations in the amount specified. $72,426 for Little School roof replacement repair, authorized at the October 5th, 2015 fall annual town meeting. $3 million for water distribution and supply infrastructure, authorized at the June 4th, 2018 spring annual town meeting.
Recommendation for the select board.
Select board recommends.
Finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 25.
Article 25 will be broken into two parts. Motion 1 and motion 2. Motion 1, capital. I move to appropriate amounts to purchase items and complete projects of a capital nature in the amounts from the source of funds and for purpose as specified in Article 25 as printed in the warrant, excluding the project entitled Intersection Park and Central Ave Full Traffic Signal, including equipment vehicles and for all items, all incidental and related costs. And furthermore, in all instances where bond is listed as the source of funds, said borrowing will be pursuant to MGL Chapter 44, Section 7 and 8, or any other enabling authority. And to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, to borrow said specified sums and issue bonds and notes therefore, and further that any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Recommendation for the select board.
Select board recommends.
Finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Discussion?
Art Severella, Cedar Street. Could you just explain how the bonds work, that you're raising money through these bonds?
Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. There are certain projects that state law allows the town to borrow in order to fund the project. So we'll 5, 10, 15, 20, or more years, depending upon the project, generally 5, 10, 15, 20 years, requires a 2/3 vote of town meeting, which is why the quantum is set at 2/3 annually for this article. It's done by competitive bidding. The select board signs off on the results and awarding the borrowing contract to a bank in open meeting. Generally happens annually in May, but it could happen at a different point in time.
I'm sorry, I skipped the recommendation from the school committee.
School committee recommends.
Ms. Gonzalez, did you want to speak?
Yes, please. So I just want to explain why this was separated into 2 motions. There were 3 of us who wanted to pass this in its entirety. There were 2 members who did not support the permanent traffic light. So in order to not risk having this whole capital budget not pass, we decided to break it out and make the traffic light a separate motion. So you'll hear that motion after this, and I'll explain more on that.
Just, ma'am, before you,
Yes.
Kelleher, from Finance Committee.
I'm Don Kelleher, and now I take my Finance Committee hat off, put my Capital Planning Committee hat on. I'm going to try to keep this, I will keep this 5 minutes, or I will be pulled off. The Capital Improvement Planning Committee recommended the acquisition of various pieces of equipment and construction to the select board back in April, and that is what is included in Article 25. The committee, just to give you some background, is made up of 2 members of the Board of Selectmen, Mrs. Manuelli and Mr. Studo, 2 people from the schools, Mr. Friedman and Mr. Conley, Mr. Gilberto, Mr. Fody as a citizen member, and Mrs. Hurlbut and me as members of the Finance Committee. And I have been sharing this capital planning committee. We worked probably pretty hard for about 4 months to get this to the point where it is. We were pretty debt of gratitude to our finance director for her wonderful help in getting this put together. The items are, it's hard to read, so I apologize for that, but this is in the warrant, it's in a little bit different format. But the items from almost the bottom of the page, where it says total and warrant of number 25, are the items that are being asked to be funded tonight from town meeting. They include the major items are the 3 of the 4 intersections which have been deemed dangerous are going to be fully constructed, designed and constructed in this budget. We've already had done a bunch of the design on the Chestnut and Haverhill Street. That will be completed. The Hood School boiler, HVAC in the library, a new dump truck for DPW, and some water main upgrades. We did a lot this year. It's $4 million in that. That's a pretty good sized number. The only reason we were able to do it was that we had some extra money. We were able to get an extra $500,000 in free cash because we had some extra, and the select board awarded it to the capital program. Through Mrs. Galvin's efforts, we also scrubbed back on projects that had been completed in previous years and didn't spend all the money, and she was able to bring forward some of that money to help pay for these things. And that's what these columns represent. We also had some grants from, or contributions from RMLD for the HVAC. So we're bonding 1.9, almost $2 million. $800,000 is coming out of the enterprise resources, and then the other numbers you can see along the line. So we got an awful lot done, but I don't think we're going to be able to do this much next year. You know, if free cash is as high as it was, maybe we can. We've got a lot of competing demands for it. The bottom section of this is what was appropriated by out of the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funds. So the federal funds that came to the town primarily for infrastructure. They can be used for other things as well. And the select board voted to appropriate $1.4 million for the bridge at Park Street that needs to be replaced. So we don't have to bond it. We're going to be able to pay for that with the ARPA money. And then $100,000 is going into the Haverhill and Chestnut Street intersection completion. Those are big numbers. So we're doing about $5.6 million, and we also got about $315,000 from the state that is being used by Parks and Rec. So we have an awful lot of capital done this year, but not all can be repeated next year. If you go to the next page, thank you. There's about $4.5 million we're unable to do. Biggest piece there is something we talked about last year and I think the year before as well, and that's hooking up the municipal buildings in the center and the back of the school to the wastewater treatment plant in the middle of the school and high school. That's going to be carried over to next year. There is one intersection we haven't dealt with this year is the Concord and Southwick. Concord and Southwick. That will be on the agenda for next year, and you can read the others. Those are the two big ones. Next year, we're going to have a couple of other things as well. And in an earlier article, we put $150,000 in for temporary lights for protecting the intersection of Chestnut and Park during construction. Construction of that's going to be probably about $3 million, maybe more than that. Bids on India, that the package has gone out yet. It's happening so quickly. But that's a big number we're going to have to deal with next year. Where it comes from, I'm not sure, but it will have to be dealt with. And then another major item that we're going to have next year, in addition to what we're carrying forward here and whatever else comes up, is a new roof on the Wood School. It's about $900,000. We're making some MSBA reimbursement on that. If there is, that's great. It will help us, but we can't count on it. Bottom line is, there's a lot done. There's a lot more to do. Not sure all the funds are going to come to do it. It's just we have to do a fortunate issue. We have to do it. Thank you.
Gonzalez.
I just wanted to make clear that this article was unanimously voted by the select board.
Further discussion?
I think Don just answered my question, but some more clarification. Was that the Chestnut Street culvert project you just said it might be $3 million? And is it premature to guess what the timeline is for this project?
Mr. Kelleher? Mr. Gilberto? Mr. Gilberto?
Excuse me. So we have a design funding that we expect to have available on July 1st, assuming it's approved this evening. We already have initial design work that's been done, and it is our hope that we'll be able to request funding for the construction at the October town meeting this year, with a goal of beginning construction during the construction season next year, 2025. That's an 2024. That's an ambitious goal. We have quite a bit of design work to do. There are some conservation and recreational properties that abut this that are going to require some relief at the state level that I'm confident we'll be able to work through fairly quickly, but that will also take some time as well. But our goal is to get started next construction season.
over what period of time?
The road closure will take, so Chestnut Street for through traffic between Park and Central, so I think where Moynihan is and the BW yards, it will close to through traffic by the end of this month. We were advised to come up with a plan to address the failure of the culvert. We feel, based on its conditions, continued deterioration, and the fact that there have been sinkholes that have opened up this spring, that we need to close it now.
This will be potentially about a year and a half of closure.
The closure period can go as far as we're planning for as far as 30 months from now, so 2.5 years. Our hope is to be able to expedite that, but it will be a significant amount of time. It's a significant project with significant cost and a significant environmental impact that we have to work through a permitting process on.
Thank you.
Concerning the traffic lights, I'd like to, Noel Kelly through Leland Road. Concerning the intersections, I don't know how much thought has been given in the past to the usage of rotaries or roundabouts, wherever you come from, depending on the terminology you use. But it has been shown that it's a more efficacious use of the money spent. There's a continuing maintenance when it comes to traffic signals. There are less fatalities that occur at rotaries than occur at traffic intersections. If we ask our police force in this town how much, shall we say, indiscretions occur at traffic lights, it's excessive. Anybody who's tried to cross 28, anybody who's tried to navigate Chestnut Street and Park Street, that intersection, perfect example of where a rotary would be a good example. Just throwing that out there, I think it would be a good way to spend our money rather than throwing it into traffic lights every time we come up against a problem. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Ms. Gonzalez.
I move to appropriate by borrowing $350,000 to complete the project of a capital nature entitled Intersection Park and Central, add full traffic signal. As specified in Article 25 as printed in the warrant, including all incidental and related costs, and furthermore, to authorize the treasurer with the approval of the select board to borrow said specified sum and issue bonds and notes therefore, and further that any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Recommendation from the select board.
Select board recommends 3-2.
Finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
School committee.
School committee recommends.
Further discussion. Mr. Gilberto.
Mr. Moderator, through you, just for clarification at town meeting, by virtue of the previous vote, we funded intersection improvements at Park and Central Street. What was not funded was the installation of full traffic signalization. So think red, yellow, green lights in all directions. That was not funded. That's what's pending right now in the discussion here. We did conduct traffic count earlier in May, and it did come back that the intersection met the state and federal requirements for traffic count to qualify to have a traffic signal installed there. So we are lawfully able to do so. But I will also say that that does not mandate us to put a permanent traffic signal in place. It simply allows us to be able to do so should the design process reveal that that's what we're going to do. A final point, the reason the lights are needed for temporary purposes is because of the volume of traffic that is expected to be redirected through that intersection by virtue of Chestnut Street being closed. It's a significant amount of volume that we're concerned about moving around town. So I just want to offer that way in some direction. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. And did you want to?
I would just like to add that the traffic study was done. Consultants did feel that it met the need for a traffic light. The police chief has given him notification also, and 3 of the board members recommended.
Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I was one of the 2 who was not in favor of putting permanent traffic signalization for vehicle traffic at this particular intersection. I along with my colleagues, were unanimous in the fact that what you just voted for appropriated money for was to put in signalization for pedestrian and bicycle crossing there. And anybody that's familiar with Central and Park Street, that's gateway down to Richmond Park, a significant amount of foot traffic and pedestrian foot traffic, and the need for them to get safely across is everybody's in full agreement. I happen to live at the top of Oakdale Road, so I enter and exit onto Route 62 just down the street here from Central Street multiple times a day, multiple times a week, every year, every day of the year. If you're familiar with the traffic flow there, it's significantly busy, because of the school. Between Ryer's store and Kitty's, a mile and a half, you already have 4 traffic signals. You're talking about putting a 5th traffic signalization within a mile. There's one in Park and Winter Street. At the busy times of the day when the schools are coming and going, that backup on Route 62 goes from the entrance to the high school all the way back to Central Street. It's already backed up. You're talking about putting another traffic signalization at that intersection. I will concede that it will make things easier for people to cut north-south on Central Street and get across the traffic. But the signalization at Winter and Freedom is supposed to be giving us enough of a break on the traffic flow for people to get across safely and go east or west on Park Street. It hasn't been able to be synced up yet we've been told that it can be done, and it can be synchronized with the school. It's important to understand that the school signalization is triggered by the amount of traffic coming out of the high school at a busy time of day. The rest of it is just regular traffic flow on Route 62. So I don't see this as a costly project to address the concern that isn't ever fully addressed. He's talking about $350,000. So I don't think it's necessary. I think 5 traffic signalizations in a mile and a half, the town of North Reading, isn't going to assist us in getting across town. It's not necessarily going to make it that much safer. It will make it somewhat safer. Most of the accidents, there were 10 accidents based on the traffic study from 2020 through end of April, beginning of May of 2023. There were 10 reported detailed accident reports. And one death which was not related to the traffic signalization was not going to be assisted by traffic signalization. That one particular incident, again, was not related to the signalization of that intersection. 7 of them were identified as potentially being avoidable if signalization was there. 3 of them were not. 2 of the 7 were direct rear-end collisions because people were impatient and hit the person in front. One of them was a rear-end collision because someone had hit a pedestrian in the intersection and they got rear-ended. So we're talking about spending $350,000. We're talking about putting a signal in a place which is at the busiest times of day when it's most difficult to get in and out of there. It's already backed up and stopped. So I don't believe that we should be spending $350,000 on the signalization. I don't think we need 5 signals between Rise and Keys. It's entirely up to you, and the reason that I appreciate my colleagues giving me the opportunity, again, it was a 3-2 vote, to separate this one project out and let you the town people decide whether or not you want another traffic signal between Rise and Central Street. The other important thing to note is that we're going to spend a significant amount of money for signalization at this very intersection because of what's occurring on Chestnut Street. That's going to be the better part of 3 years. And we're going to have signalization there on a temporary basis, and I think we need to better see what the impact of that is going to be with the temporary signalization seems to be really necessary. There's going to be a significant amount of increase for the people that normally cut down Central Street, Chestnut Street, out to Park Street at the far end. Are now going to have to come down Central Street or find some other route. So obviously more traffic there. And I think the temporary signalization will answer a lot of the questions. We had the traffic study done in October 2021. It did not meet warrants. We had a traffic study done just this May. It did just meet warrants in one particular instance of the warrants to allow us to put it in legally. But again, it's entirely up to you what you think you should do. I don't think $350,000 should be spent yet. So I ask you to vote no on this particular motion. Thank you.
Yeah, Robert Atkinson Jr., 82 Elm Street. Question on the traffic study, did they include roundabout? And there's a clear distinction between roundabouts and rotaries. Typically, roundabouts are low, small diameter, 20 feet diameter or less in the center of the circle, as opposed to rotaries, which is, we all know from the interchange at Route 128 and Route 129 is typically well over 100-foot diameter. Also, full disclosure, I'm a member of National Motorist Association, a life member, and have decidedly mixed feelings about roundabouts. They can work. I've seen some that don't work very well. So I was wondering if roundabouts were included as part of the traffic study, and then we might get a look at the traffic study to see what was covered as part of the study.
Mr. Marsden?
Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you. There was some initial design work that was done and reviewed with the Select Board and the Capital Improvement Plan Committee 2 years ago. It looked largely at improvements within the existing right-of-way or maybe some minor adjustments. As I think everybody in the room knows, there's not a whole lot of space there. So a roundabout or rotary are not the intended improvements to be made there at this point. We're looking more at maybe some slight alteration of the lines of sight, maybe setting the stop bars back a bit with regard to traffic signalization, some adjustments to the crosswalk. But it's a really tight area, and there are wetlands on 2 sides of the intersection, I believe, so I don't foresee that being the case, to be candid with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Yule.
Yes, Jeff Yule for the Park Street. To you, Mr. Moderator, I want to ask Steve, Mr. O'Leary, just a clarification. Did I understand correctly that the culvert work, as was mentioned before, is going to be about 30 months, so that we're going to have temporary lights in that area for the next 30 months?
Correct.
Okay, so if we are going to have lighting there anyway, I think that this is an issue that can probably be saved 30 months from now, where we can identify the need at that point in time. So, thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that question. As far as the temporary lights, that was part of our discussion. It's going to be necessary to have them right away there, but our feeling is why not appropriate that money and get that permanent light going so that it's not temporary for that entire time or spend that money on a temporary light. Also, I want to reiterate 7 out of the 10 crashes at that intersection could be avoided with a light. That was part of the traffic study. Anybody who has traveled Central Street trying to get across from either way at high traffic times knows that you're playing chicken. You are literally playing chicken. You're just trying to edge out and hoping somebody's going to let you go, and sometimes you're darting. A light's going to control that. You'll have a stop time, you'll have a go time.
Ms. Payne,
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. I was one of the select board members that voted in favor of this light, and we would ask the town to vote in favor of this light for several reasons. The town did vote to appropriate funds to look at design and study this intersection. As Mr. O'Leary mentioned, it was studied in 2021, and what we learned when it was looked at again more recently for the board before this article was prepared, that study was during COVID when there were less cars on the road. So now, as Mr. O'Leary mentioned, there are 9 distinct warrants, they call them, different types of things that need to be analyzed and crunch the data. So a study is really only as good as the data that's put into the study. So the data of COVID was less cars on the road, so clearly was not really an accurate reflection of everybody who travels that road, which there are, most of us probably have been down that road many times. So not only Center is a well-traveled road, but Park is a well-traveled road. We all know that. One of the key pieces of information in the study revealed that 710 accidents that were reported, so there are multiple others that don't get reported, as we all know. The ones that were reported could have been avoided with a traffic signal. And we also had, as Mrs. Gonzalez mentioned, the police chief, Chief Murphy, who was our public safety director, has analyzed this and made a recommendation at our meeting when we discussed this to put a traffic signal in would help. The study also, to answer the question about the roundabout or the rotary, the design study, as Mr. Gilberto mentioned, looked at that, and there were recommendations that were made in terms of traffic calming measures. But we separated this out because we feel very strongly that a light should be there. We don't feel, actually, we're data-driven, and the data tells us that there should be a traffic signal there for public safety. So it's not just a feeling. We all have traveled that road. We know how dangerous it is, not just crossing over Park, but crossing, going along Park. You can slow down to let people cross over, and people will come around you, whether it's a pedestrian or not. It's not good enough to just do the pedestrian signalization. We need a light there. I'm afraid that slowing down to let a pedestrian, a baby carriage, a bicyclist by, I'm getting beeps behind me because I'm stopped on Park to let that happen, and someone come around me. So before we have any fatalities linked to not having the proper traffic safety implements in place here, please, we ask the town to approve this expenditure. One last thing I'll say is, having served with Dawn on the capital planning committee for multiple years now, we concern ourselves with the value of the dollar expenditure at that moment in time. So we know 30 months from now, this is going to be a far more significant expense to the town than what's currently being presented to you in this warrant article. We hope it won't be more than what this is, and we have to come back for more approval, because we've analyzed it now. 30 months down the line, it's going to be a lot more than that. So we consider these things when we're presenting this in the warrant, and ask for your vote approving this warrant article. Thank you.
Mr. Yule.
Mr. Chair, we have a variety of corners that are, when we look at putting lights up, okay, signals. Now, I happen to live just up the road from the corner of Concord Park and Southwood. I would deem that a very dangerous corner as well, if not more so, having had my own accident there. Now, since we're going to be putting lights already for 30 months on Chestnut Park, why don't we just move this project to Concord and Park Street in Southwick? Move the money over there, which doesn't that does need it, while for 2 years, or 30 months, we're going to have lights there. Then, in those 30 months, we can consider putting the lighting on Park and Chestnut. At that time, things could have changed significantly, and the opinion of the community might have also changed significantly than tonight. So, why don't we just, can I make a motion to switch the funds to the corner of Park, Southwick, and Concord? Can I do that? Mr. Moderator?
I'm not certain. I don't think so, because the rest of the community that lives in that neighborhood is not what was printed in the warrant. So, if you're talking about lights in a different neighborhood than we're talking about here, that's not sufficient notice to the community.
Okay.
So no, I would rule it out of order.
Okay, that's fine, but you understand my point. We could take that money, the capital improvement committee, I believe, look at that. They can, within a short period of time, within this year, they can make an assessment and say, we can have that, take those funds and put it over there after a study done by the town. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sue Salvatierra, 33 Peter Road. What is the cost of turning a temporary light into a permanent light down the road? If you have a temporary light for the next 3 years, what's the additional cost of just leaving that light?
Mr.
Mr. Moderator, through you, we opened bids for temporary light coverage for the 30-month period that I mentioned. I believe the bids were around $80,000, Mr. Parisi, is that correct? A little more? The low bid. The low bid was at $80,000 for temporary light coverage for basically 2.5 year period. The temporary solution can be either trailer-mounted lights or two classic telephone poles with a wire strung between them across the intersection as a longer-term temporary solution, and that's likely what will take place during the temporary period. The permanent solution for a traffic signal is likely to be have a control box, a mounted arm similar to what's at the high school entrance, coming over the lights. A little more involved, and it is much more expensive to do. It's something where, I guess in theory, we could leave the temporary signalization in place for a longer period of time. Eventually, it will become more efficient to have put in something permanent. And I can also tell you, I don't think that the aesthetics of the temporary signals are going to be something the community is going to want for the long term. It's really, unfortunately, a necessity. Through you, Mr. Moderator, I just want to speak to the other question. There was a capital improvement planning project submitted for intersection improvements at Park and Concord Street, so it is something that the committee looked at. We were unable to fund that project in this current fiscal year's recommendation, but I will also note, separate from that the Public Works Department, the Police Department, myself, and our traffic engineers, we struggled a bit more with what the solution would be for us to recommend an answer for that intersection because of the flow of traffic off of Concord Street. So we were also not administratively able to recommend something. Mr. Barber, one more point, if I may. Am I within 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I just will note too that this is a vote to make funding available. We are not at the conclusion of a design process. We're not here saying that we are definitively putting in traffic signals on a permanent basis at this location, but this would make funding available to do so should the planning process bring us to that point and the select board choose to do so.
Noah Spicer, 15 Swan Pond Road, move the question.
I move to the question. Non-debatable. All those in favor of moving to the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So Article 25, to add the full traffic signal, $350,000. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. This requires a two-thirds vote. I am uncertain. My tellers would please step forward. All those in favor, raise your hands. Hands down on this side of the line. The speed.
Mr. Moderator, 60.
You started over, right? Okay. Opposed?
Mr. Moderator, 39.
Mr. Moderator, 22.
Motion carried. Total votes 181, 124, 61 against. No, it doesn't count. Doesn't count. It didn't count. That does not count. Yes, the motion failed.
Mr. Moderator, as a private citizen, could I ask for a paper ballot?
I second.
I need 25 people to stand.
25 people would need to stand and ask for a paper ballot.
we have 35 standing, so we can go to a paper ballot. Just give me a couple minutes, please.
We're going to bring you over a box. We're going to pass out your snow cards. Nope, stay there. Stay right there. Please.
No kidding.
All right. Question.
Excuse me, I think this is a money issue that we're talking about. It's either 90,000, we're going to get a 3-year light, and you're asking for 350,000 to put in.
We're not on the
permanent.
question anymore, sir.
What's that?
You wanted to ask a question about.
That was the question. I'm asking, am I correct in saying that?
No, it's out of order. The vote did not pass. We are now voting by paper ballot.
Yes.
I need everybody to take their seats. It doesn't matter what the issues were before. We're voting by paper ballot. This is that you approve of doing it. That's your yes vote. If they want the permanent signalization, then they want to vote yes. If you don't want permanent signals there, vote no. Everybody got it? Okay. You're going to be handed a piece of paper. It's a green slip of paper. One side of it says yes, the other side of it says no. You'll be handed the paper. You're going to take your badge off. You're going to vote. You'll hand in your badge, and you'll be given a red badge. And then come back to your seat. You're going to go, it's not going to be scattershot. We're going row by row. So my tellers, Mr. Capizzuto and Mr. Hayden, will have the rows. There's a table over there. Wave to us, Carol. And over here. Okay? Everybody got it? Questions? All right. Go ahead, Laurie. You can take more than a row because there's only one guy there.
Anybody that's a president?
And we'll take the front folks last.
Come this way. I have a badge here. I have a badge.
Printed out the motions, and then I have to go home and put this together.
right should say yes.
Discard when you don't want to put your vote in the black box. See, that will hide your take your vote and put it in the black box and discard the vote you don't want. I'm ready. Take your vote. They'll give you the new one. Take your vote. Your vote was in the black box, and you discard it. And the red badges are so that when you stab yourself, you try and kill yourself again.
For any of the tellers, counters, or other staff in the town clerk's office who are working at the meeting this evening, if you have not voted, please go to one of the tables on either side and cast your vote. Thank you.
11. Right? 30. 60. 171.
Look up 171. Yep, it means 114. Yep.
Right? I want this. So we, this way. You want all this? This, the question carries. Motion. Paper, and then the paper was 111, yes. 60, no. That's on the paper ballot. On this one, it's 180.
Yes.
181 is 120. Oh, let me just. Could we please take our seats? So the initial vote failed by 1. Second vote failed by 3. Motion fails. The vote was, it was 111 yes, 60 no. The yeses lost some votes. Sounds like some people might have left. All right, that's the end of Article 25? I got a motion, please.
I'd like to thank everybody for their patience with that. Article 25, Fund Town Building Repairs. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $50,000 for repairs and improvements to municipal buildings, including all costs, incidentals, and related thereto as specified in Article 26 as printed in the warrant.
Sorry for that. I had 3 motions in my book, Article 25, but the third one was different. It was a what-if scenario, I guess. So Article 26, recommendation for the Select Board,
Select Board recommends.
the Finance Committee,
Finance Committee recommends.
any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 27.
Authorize Chapter 90 Highway Construction Funds. I move to authorize the expenditure of such sum as may be allotted from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Chapter 90, apportionment, or other state roadway reimbursement programs for the purpose of constructing, reconstructing, or maintaining roadways within the town of North Reading, as specified in Article 27, as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board,
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 28.
Authorize Director of Public Works to accept easements. I move to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Works to accept easements on behalf of the town as specified in Article 28 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board,
Select Board recommends.
for the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 29.
Grant easement on 0 Wilma Road and 6 Elma Road. I move to transfer to the Select Board for the limited purpose of disposition of an interest in land, the care, custody, and control of 2 parcels of land known as 0 Wilma Road and identified as assessor's parcel ID 213-013-0-000. Do I have to do that? Yes. That's not what this is saying. Parcel ID 213/013.0000-013.1.0 and 6 Elma Road, identified as assessor's parcel ID 213/013.0-0000-0013. And further to authorize the Select Board to convey an easement or easements in such property for drainage and related purposes on such terms and conditions as the Select Board deems appropriate, as specified in Article 29, as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the Select Board,
Select Board recommends.
for the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee wishes to know if there's going to be a presentation.
Mr. Gilberto.
To me, Mr. Moderator, there is no additional presentation, although we can certainly provide further information if that's the desire.
Finance Committee approves.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 30.
Appropriate money for historical buildings. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $9,999 for the purpose of repairs, maintenance, and improvements to historical buildings located on the grounds of the Reverend Daniel Putnam House, located at 27 Bow Street, and identified as Assessors Map 54, Parcel 63, And further to authorize the select board to enter into a grant agreement with the North Reading Historical and Antiquarian Society for said society to receive and expend such funds for the intended purpose in accordance with all public procurement and other requirements applicable to the town as specified in Article 30 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation for the select board.
Select board recommends.
Finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 31. Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Moderator, I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $25,000 to fund consulting services to assist with meeting the state zoning requirements for the MBTA adjacent communities as specified in Article 31 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation from the Board of Selectmen.
Select board recommends.
Finance committee.
Finance committee recommends.
Community Planning Commission.
The Community Planning Commission recommends.
Any discussion? Please go to the microphone.
Gilmore, 24 Field Crest Terrace. Just my question, Warren, why are we doing this now? We have done MBTA for how many years in the town of North Reading? I mean, we've had, belonged to the MBTA. We had buses and everything else coming through this town for the past, for God only knows how many years. Then they stopped, and we studied it over the years, but now all of a sudden we're doing it again?
No, that's not what's happening here. We're what's known as an MBTA adjacent community. And as an adjacent community, we're subject to a new act that they put together, which was to require us to provide housing wherever we had public service, public transportation. And it's actually a mandate, so we have to do this. So we've already, partway through the process, Danielle filed some of the initial paperwork on the 1st of January to get us moving along. But right now, we need a consultant to help us finish this. There are some issues with the fact that we don't have, as you pointed out, we don't have public transportation. So we don't have a public transportation hub that we can build housing around. So there has to be some way for us to work our way through this, because there are some penalties if we don't follow this act. Because this is a mandate from the state, not a request. So if we don't, we could be subject to, denial of grants or whatever other things, whatever other penalties they might impose upon us if we don't follow this mandate. Well, you are correct. You are correct. We did for a long time. We paid a lot of money to the MBTA. We slowly reduced it because we were getting no service.
But we are still paying money into
Still,
MBTA.
that's because even through all this time, we are still, quote, an adjacent community. We have public transportation to the north and to the south, so we're still an adjacent community. We always have been. That's why we paid in the past. Okay?
Well, that's another question. Why did you stop getting service years ago? I mean, I used to take the bus.
Yeah, well, in the times that we've queried them on this, the response has been that there's not a big enough base. There's not enough money coming out. There's not enough traffic for them to afford to put a bus. Also, coming from the north, the Merrimack Valley Transit Authority stops at Andover, and MBTA picks up in Reading, so we're in no man's land. But we are, quote, adjacent community, so we're still subject to this. Okay?
John Barrett, North 2 Douglas Lane.
Please wait to be called on.
Oh.
Mr. Barrett.
2 Douglas Lane. Can you be very specific about what would happen if we don't follow these mandates? These are not laws. So what specifically happens if our town does not respond to these mandates?
Ms. McKnight,
Thank you, Mr.
Planning Department.
Initially, when the new regulations came out requiring MBTA and MBTA adjacent communities to provide for zoning in accordance with state requirements, initially the understanding was that if we didn't comply, we would lose the opportunity to participate in certain grant programs that the state makes available to communities. Over the past year, as the state has released more and more information about this program and its requirements, the Attorney General's office has released a statement saying that this is a mandate and it is not an option for towns to not comply. And for people who were wondering, I just wanted to clarify, this isn't consulting assistance to help us figure out a transportation solution. It's purely a zoning and housing requirement that we are looking to find the best way to respond to. All MBTA communities and MBTA adjacent communities are required to provide a district of multifamily housing that meets certain requirements. We think that we have much of a solution to a problem, but we don't have the entire solution, and we'd really like to have some consulting help to figure out the best possible approach that has the least unintended consequences for the town, that helps us meet all the state requirements, that does not result in the loss of any opportunities for grant funding, other kinds of support. As of now, the state has announced that, that we would lose the opportunity to participate in certain grant programs. I fully expect those penalties to increase in other ways. They have said there are additional funding sources that we can lose that have not yet been decided. It's simply not a position I would recommend the town put ourselves in. I don't think it's too heavy a lift for us to actually achieve compliance, but I think it's really important that we try, and I think it will be important for us to have some consulting help in order to figure out what best serves the community and what people are most comfortable with. And we're going to be back in front of you soon, possibly as soon as October, asking for a zoning amendment that meets the state requirements. And we'd really like to be in front of you with a well thought out, really good proposal that doesn't look like it's thrown together, that really has a lot of thought put into it, that has considered pros and cons and what the consequences may be and what the unintended consequences are, so that we can be really honest with you about what we believe the results will be. So that's why we're asking for this help. Just to be very clear, it's not a transportation-related question. It is a housing and a zoning assistance question.
Mr. Yule.
Yes, Chair, for President Markey. I just want to would like to know some examples of what grants would be held from us if we did not do this. What grants? Just give me an example of a number of grants that would be impacted on this.
Mr. Pearson, Ms. McKnight, Zillow.
At this time, there's really no list, as far as I know, of specific grants. It's just sort of a stick, if you will.
So there, MassWorks, which is a huge source of potential infrastructure funding for the town for all kinds of possible projects, which we're currently taking advantage of to help fund our water system upgrades. They are taking away a percentage of the housing authority funds for communities that do not comply. Whether or not that would impact North Reading, we don't know, but it is something that would be at risk, our housing authority funds. There are other state programs relating to housing infrastructure, planning and zoning, and numerous other programs, and they have also said, even beyond the programs that we have announced that would be impacted, we may still at our discretion not consider you for other funding programs. And there could be other consequences to just not complying with the mandate. Now we know it's a mandate.
So this is a prime example of the state really twisting our arm to play their game by going through this process. I'm not saying that we should not go through the process. But this will make us vulnerable to all kinds of housing requirements that are associated by a town in our situation. For the years it was brought out, we have paid into the MBTA system and got nothing for it, but they still took our money to support programs in other towns. So this is a big government overreach on our community, and we need to start to address these issues as best we can. So I am asking, excuse me.
Mr. Yule, speak to the funding, the consulting fees.
So
let's not politicize town meeting.
Okay, well, it is all politics, is it not? And it's local.
No, it's not.
No.
This is a business meeting.
That's correct.
Community of North Reading.
That's correct. It is a business
meeting, Mr. Yule.
Okay. So, though we may have to support this, the results of this report could make us more vulnerable than it is to benefit us. Thank you.
Ms. McKnight.
I just need to respond that the idea that paying for consulting help to figure out how we can best meet these requirements does not make us more vulnerable. In fact, it helps to reduce our vulnerability to loss of other city funds. I do also want to say with regard to this funding, the state is offering their own assistance, and communities can pretty easily get free technical assistance, but it's offered by the agencies that are most promoting these policies, and we thought that it would be best to have our own independent source of funds so we could choose a consultant of our own choice, have a very independent third-party look at this so that we're not under pressure from certain state agencies that would like to push us in a particular direction.
Mr. Barrett.
Just a quick, John Barrett, 2 Dogwood Lane, quick specific question. What is the impact to the town if this were not approved for funding?
I believe the question's been answered. Ms. McKnight.
I do want to be, so if this particular question is not funded, with just $25,000 for consulting fees, I think the answer is not that we will or we won't comply. We'll still find a way, I hope, to comply, but we would be doing it on our own. It would be myself, the CPC, and some, public meetings, and we would ask for opinions on the best way to go forward with this. It would really help us to have some professional consulting assistance, though. But that would be the risk. We just wouldn't have a consulting if this does not.
Thank you.
Paul Magnet, 19 Gordon Road, move to the question.
Move to the question. Then no debate on that. All those in favor of moving to the question say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Move to the question. All those in favor? Boy, something's on a timer around here. On the main question, all those in favor of funding the consulting services of $25,000, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion carries. Article 32. Here.
I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $150,000 to fund the completion of the town's Americans with Disabilities Act self-evaluation and transition plan as specified in Article 32 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Community Planning Commission.
The Planning Board recommends.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 33.
FY 2024 appropriate funds for disability needs assessment and transportation pilot. I move to appropriate from free cash the amount of $60,000 to fund a disability-related needs assessment and temporary transportation program for residents, as specified in Article 33, as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 34.
Increase revolving fund limit, elder services. I move pursuant to the provisions of GLC.44 53E.5, as most recently amended, to establish fiscal year 2024 limitation on expenditures from the Department of Elder Affairs revolving fund established by the Code of North Reading, General Bylaws, Chapter 66-Finance, Article 1, Revolving Funds 66-1, Establishment of revolving accounts at $50,000, with such limitations to remain applicable from fiscal year to fiscal year until such time as amended by town meeting prior to July 1st for the ensuing fiscal year, as specified in Article 34 as printed in the warrant.
Recommendation from the Select Board.
Select Board recommends.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Moderator, point of order. My name is Hugo Weinberg. Live at 17 Woodland Drive. I move to amend Article 35 as printed in the warrant at the suggestion of Adam Austin, who many of you may know his name now. He's right now, he's away in Alaska, but he thought it would be good to add this as add these following words before the current sentence.
I'm sorry. An amendment to an article that's not on the floor is not applicable.
Beat you by 30 seconds.
Real quick to your feet.
I didn't want to be too late, Mike.
We need a main motion on the floor for Article 35 before we can amend it.
Stand fast, you go.
Mr. Barry, we are now on Article 35. I will call on you at the appropriate time. I know there's an amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Wait, Mr. Barrett, don't speak till I tell you to speak. So,
Please.
yeah. Article 35 is in the warrant. Article 35 is a citizen's petition. The description in the article, for the article that is printed in your warrant, is this citizen's petition article includes a broad policy statement concerning health, medical related issues and proposes policies for public buildings, including schools. Town Council has advised that approval of this article would at most be advisory in nature, as the authority over the subject matter lies exclusively with the Board of Health and/or the school committee. So we are debating something we don't have the permission to change. And I would let Town Council Darren Klein speak before I call on Mr. Barrett for his main motion.
Good evening. Darren Klein, KP Law, Town Council, through the moderator. As counsel here tonight, I'm not here in any way to opine on the substantive issues contained in the petition or possibly the amendment. That's for all of you, the town meeting, and I greatly respect all your right to do that. My job is simply to explain the legal effect of the petition if it passes, and I will address, since it's pretty clear that there may be an amendment offered, I'll try to address that very quickly as well. The actions being sought in the petition currently before you, or that's on the warrant, I should say, are beyond the legal authority of town meeting. As such, if passed, as the moderator just alluded to, the petition would constitute a non-binding recommendation to the Board of Health and the school committee. Massachusetts limits the authority of town meeting to enact bylaws or take other actions that are consistent with Massachusetts law. Town meeting cannot pass anything that will be binding or valid that is considered to be inconsistent with Massachusetts law. Similarly, town meeting is the legislative branch of this town, and it cannot take an action that is inconsistent or overrides the executive authority of the various boards of this town. So very quickly, the Board of Health is vested with broad statutory authority under Massachusetts law to enact public health regulations and or other regulations aimed at preventing the spread of disease. The school committee has the exclusive authority under Chapter 71 of the general laws to establish policies for children attending public schools. In addition, the state actually has many health requirements that are required for children attending any public school. So as such, town meeting does not have any legal authority to supersede or take away or any of that authority or discretion that has been statutorily given to either the state legislature, the school committee, or the Board of Health. Similarly, if you look at the language in the warrant, it states that notwithstanding any general or special law to the contrary several times, the only body that can pass something that supersedes other laws is the state legislature itself. So for all these reasons, if the petition tonight passes, it will constitute a non-binding recommendation and send a message, obviously, to the applicable town boards and school committee. So it's my understanding, based on what was said, that there is likely to be an amendment to make the petition a bylaw. As I already alluded to, since the proposed bylaw would conflict on its face with other state laws, it's my opinion, legal opinion, that such proposed bylaw, if passed, would likely not be approved by the Attorney General. Although that decision would ultimately be up to the Attorney General if it does pass town meeting, because any proposed bylaw that's passed by town meeting by law has to be sent to the Attorney General for approval. So based on our analysis of being inconsistent with state law in several areas, it's my opinion that the Attorney General will likely not approve such a bylaw if it passes, but that decision is not mine or the selectmen or town meetings. It's going to be up to the Attorney General if it passes tonight. So with that, have a good debate, and thank you very much for your time.
So at this time, I'll call for Mr. Barrett to put the main motion on the floor for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Understand the legal counsel's perspective. I'm willing to roll. I'm willing to roll that dice. So, okay. But that's my opening statement.
I didn't ask for an opening statement. I asked for the main motion to be put on the floor. I'm sorry. Look at.
I request the motion to be put on the floor. Mr. Moderator.
No.
Mr. Mr. Moderator, I move to approve Article 35 as printed in the warrant.
We have the motion on the floor. Can I have a recommendation from the select board?
Select board does not recommend, but it was 4-0. I was absent.
The finance committee would like to make a recommendation.
The finance committee does not recommend.
Would the school committee like to make a recommendation?
The school committee does not recommend, I vote 3-2.
Would CPC like to make a recommendation?
Planning board does not recommend.
Mr. Barrett has asked for a 15-minute leave of the meeting. He's also requested that an unregistered voter and a visitor to our community speak as part of that 15-minute leave of the meeting. Her name is Michelle Alfanos, if I pronounced that correct. So at this time, I'd like to take a vote. I'll take the first vote. The vote would be, does the body wish for Michelle Alfanos, not a town official, not working for the town in any capacity, does the body wish to have that person present? No. Now let's do it the real way then. All those in favor of her presenting, say aye. Aye. Of her presenting. You want her to present? Aye. Not presenting? No. Okay. We'll come. It's a majority vote.
Thank you, Michelle.
So I need a cup. I'm going to take a cup. So those who wish to include a non-registered voter as part of the presentation, please raise your hands. In favor of including his guest as part of the presentation? Those in favor of allowing a non-registered voter to be included in the presentation that Mr. Barrett is making need to raise their hand. The body needs to vote in somebody who's not a registered voter to present to the body. So if you're in favor, raise your hand and be counted. All those who do not want someone from outside of town included in the presentation, please raise your hands.
This is how DEI works.
Shut the mic off.
Mr. Barrett, would you still prefer a 15-minute leave of the meeting, or do you want a 10-minute leave of the meeting? You'll be speaking on your own.
I'll do 15, I'll probably go 10.
Okay? We're going to vote on that. So you're raising your hand. I was going to vote on it. I wanted to find out what he wanted me to ask for first.
15.
So, he's still asking for a 15-minute leave of the meeting? Oh, I'm sorry. (123), 31 yes, 123 no. Those in favor of providing a 15-minute leave of the meeting for Mr. Barrett to present on this article, please raise your hand.
Mr. Moderator.
Oh, was that you, Chris?
2-0.
Those opposed, please raise your hands.
Mr. Moderator. 69.
It's 32 yes, 121 no. So, Mr. Barrett, you do have 5 minutes for the purposes of the presentation, and at the end of the debate, you have 3 minutes for the last word.
Mr. Moderator, I request a motion to take leave for 10 minutes.
We just did that. It was voted on.
That was 15. I'd like to vote for 10.
Voice vote.
We'll do a voice vote. Mr. Barrett is now asking for 10 minutes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Mr. Barrett, you have 5 minutes.
Jesus wins. Just want you all to know that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My guest, who you will not hear from tonight in a few minutes, is Mrs. Michelle Orfanos, who has a master's degree in nursing and is board certified in community home health, who was unceremoniously fired from a career for making a medical decision on her own. We have been working for the last 3 years to shine a light on the inefficacy and harm caused by masking children, and on the dangers and negative efficacy of the COVID shots, especially for children. As of today, the CDC's Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, or VAERS, reports 35,347 deaths attributed to the COVID shots, along with 202,505 injuries requiring hospitalization. A Harvard study on VAERS concluded that a mere 1% of vaccine adverse events are reported to VAERS. And with that 1% in mind, let me repeat, 35,347 COVID vaccine deaths and 202,505 hospitalizations. As a former military officer, all briefings start with a bottom line up front, or bluff. Here's my bluff. Ladies and gentlemen, You don't have to take my word for it. You can discover the truth with a little independent research. It would just take a minute. The truth is, our COVID response, masking, endless masking, lockdowns, so-called remote learning. Can I have the next slide, please, Bill? So-called remote learning, closing small businesses, firing first responders, suspension of civil liberties, denying access to colleges, and all the rest of it was based on misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda, not science. And my second bluff, the oppressive measures we took against our children were based on unfounded fear and propaganda, not science. We can never let this tragedy befall our children again. During the time when North Reading clung closely to lockdowns and mask mandates and promoted the COVID shots to our children without an ounce of informed consent, tens of thousands of doctors and nurses worldwide were speaking out about the harms of masking, the inutility, ineffectivity of masking, and the unsafety and inefficacy of the COVID shots, but their voices were silenced by the media, so you never heard them. I distilled this fact sheet into the 5 most prominent bullet points with key references. If I were to put a real fact sheet out there, it would be 10 pages with 100 references. Please send me an email if you want to get the working links along with the rest of this peer-reviewed medical studies and data that I sent the town with the transcript over the past several years. I often wonder why the town of North Reading and the North Reading transcript chose to conceal this information from the residents of North Reading. The first point about masks, Fauci is on video and on the record numerous times, including under oath, stating that masks are ineffective at preventing the transmission of COVID, a virus 100 times smaller than the gaps in commercial masks. In November 22, during a sworn deposition in the state of Wisconsin, Fauci said he did not recall a single medical study proving that masks were effective, and this is because none exist. Not linked here is a series of FOIA requests made by the North Reading resident to DESE, our Department of Education, the Mass Department of Public Health. The first one to DESE said, please provide the peer-reviewed medical studies that resulted in your decision to mask our children in schools, on football fields, on soccer fields, and basketball courts. DESE's response, we refer you to the Massachusetts Department of Public Health for that information. The same residents sent the same FOIA request to the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, and their response to this resident was, we refer you to DESE. I have these memos, which were published in the Boston Broadside newspaper. Point number 2, masking our children was devastating to their physical and mental health. Suicide rates skyrocketed, mental health issues skyrocketed, and masking caused developmental delays, especially among the learning impaired community. The fact that masks were never medically indicated makes point number 2 all the worse. Point number 3, for healthy people, the COVID shots are hundreds of times more lethal than catching COVID. And this is particularly true for healthy children who experience 0 COVID mortality. The data supporting this statement is overwhelming and irrefutable, shaking your head there, and is linked in the fact sheet. Do your research. What's worse, there are numerous peer-reviewed medical studies showing that the more boosters you get, the higher your chances are of contracting COVID.
Moderator, point of order. His 5 minutes are up.
Both the Cleveland Clinic and the National Institutes of Health showed that this result, that COVID shots are not only ineffective, they are negatively effective.
Wrap it up.
And with Pfizer's own data showing 1,200 plus side effects to include myocarditis, turbocancer, stillbirths, spontaneous abortions, immunodeficiency, Bell's palsy, multiple sclerosis, liver disease, Guillain-Barré syndrome, blood clots, venous thrombosis, neuropathy.
Mr. Barron, that's enough.
I had 3 other points, but I won't get those today. I have one more.
Time is up. Time is up.
I get 3 minutes.
Point of order. Point of order.
Hugo, where's your amendment?
Can I give him my 5 minutes?
No.
diversity, equity, inclusion, and two-thirds.
Tom Magnin, 19 Gordon Road, move to the question.
Point of order. There has not been any discussion allowed at this point, so you can't be moving to a question that has not been allowed to have discussion.
That's what we vote on.
There's been no debate about this. Does the body want to debate this in any way, shape, or form? It doesn't seem like it.
There's a motion to move to the question. That's what we vote on.
I understand that. I can tell you that I've stood here for way too many years, and I have in the past overruled the move to the question because there has been no debate. I'm sensing that this body does not want a debate on this. Or discussion, a debate, the same thing.
You voted for 5 minutes, it's over.
Give me a minute. I'm not going to move to the question. I'm going to allow some people to speak. I think it's important, and that's what we do, is we have a conversation. That's what we do at town meeting. We have a conversation. Despite our differences, we have a conversation.
You said it was business.
I'm not going to let...
It's all business. Right. Let's go.
And this is part of our business
That ain't part of
because...
our business. We voted 5 minutes. Let's go.
Anybody who doesn't want to stay for some semblance of discussion is free to go. But I don't think it's fair to have an article come on the floor and there's been no other conversation other than recommendations.
Plenty over the years, too.
Mr. Moderator, Town Council has advised this is an advisory article. This has been debated ad nauseum all over the globe for 2 years. This is not the proper forum. Let's vote on this now.
All right, I'll allow the move to the question.
Point of order. What's up? You're going to block
Look, you know what?
This is outright. You got to have the conversation. Don't move it. He doesn't want to listen. Something. Freedom of speech is in this room here.
I understand that.
You don't want to hear what I have to say.
Whoa. Look, I'm in a can't-win situation, okay? I would like to have some semblance of a discussion. 15 minutes. Yeah. All right, so right now there are 4 of you standing. So I'm going to have the 4 of you speak, and then we'll take a vote. Okay?
Sam Fisher, 271 Elm Street. I'd like to make a motion to limit the comments to a maximum 2 for, 2 against, and then after that we're done. Motion to limit debate.
I'm all in.
Point of order, there's a motion on the floor to vote. It's called the question. You can't have a second motion on the floor when the first one is not voted included.
But there has to be discussion on the question.
Who would like to, I'll take 2 people for and 2 people against. Mr. Yule and Mr. Yule.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moderator, first of all, I don't really like to throw my own personal life out there in the public, but I took my shots, I took my Pfizer, and had a deep blue sea. I had contacted kidney cancer, something that is not even anywhere near in my family. I also had AFib return, something that is rare in my family. So, the point that's being made here, and this is why we want to discuss this and why we want to vote on it, is that we need to put our political representatives on notice that what we want them to do is to listen to legitimate information, not to buy into the false information that has been spread for the past 2 years. Okay? I think Mr. Barrett has clearly shown where the conflicts are. All right? We can talk about it. We can put our representatives on notice that they don't just blanketly do what somebody else tells them to do, that they should do their homework and pay attention to legitimate information on COVID and not limit our children and not subject our children to all of this damage that they have gone through. Generations have been destroyed right now, okay? And whether you realize that or not, all right, it's happening, okay? It's going to be sad. It's going to be repercussions for time to come. So I suggest that you support this amendment, this petition, this Article 35, vote for it, save your children, think about your children, don't be so self-centered, and please believe in freedom of speech. Thank you.
Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I rise in opposition to the main motion that's before us. First of all, the article that's been presented to us is basically an advisory statement regarding access to public buildings and school classrooms. So I haven't heard anything in relation to the article that's before us from the presenter. But that's what's before us for consideration. Notice was given to the community as to what we'll be talking about. Now, there's more broader consequences associated with it. What's absent from this proposal is a public health emergency declaration. You know, this just says, absent of notwithstanding any general or special law to the contrary, authorizing administration, school committee, shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. And it addresses, masking, it addresses vaccinations and things of that nature. What it doesn't take into account is what we just went through. 3 years of a pandemic, global pandemic, where action needed to be taken to protect the general public from a virus that we didn't have any control over. It is inappropriate for this body here to direct the administration, Board of Health, the school committee, as to what we can and can't or should or shouldn't do when we have state officials, public health officials, we have national officials, we have World Health Organization, we have global scientists who have got on board. Obviously, it was a global issue. So what we need to understand is when a public health emergency declaration is made, it's for a short-term interim period. It's in the case of hurricanes. It's in the case of, we have one opioid crisis right now. We have public health emergency declarations for earthquakes, wildfires. We have for Zika, we have for monkeypox, we have a whole host of issues that need to be addressed. And then that has to happen. When that happens, the public needs to take some protective behaviors in order to address it in a short interim period. That is what we had done. The public health emergency has been lifted as a bail-in. The state and federal government have listed it. So everything that they were concerned about here has been addressed on a short interim period. Think about when smoking, when we were growing up not too long ago, public health issues in relation to smoking in public, restaurants, workplace, all the rest. It was all allowed. People are overly concerned about their own personal interests instead of public health interests. I can assure you, as liaison to the Board of Health for the last 3.5 years, the number of hours that have been spent by your elected and appointed officials in hiring professionals to address this pandemic at a local level is in the thousands and thousands and thousands of man hours. The resources that they have tried to call upon and utilize through the regional meetings, through state meetings, national meetings, is extraordinary, all in the interest of public health. What concerns me here is that these people that are bringing this forward, and by the way, I applaud their efforts, I embrace their efforts, I voted to allow them to speak for 15 minutes because they deserve to be heard. Okay? I applaud their efforts. But by the same token, all of us need to be on notice that this small group, minority group of people in this community are going to continue to look for venues to be heard. So we need to be vigilant. We need to listen, but we need to be vigilant. And I think it's important for us to hear it, and either we agree or disagree. This particular proposal about allowing access to public buildings and school classrooms, this isn't the venue, first and foremost. Secondly, what they're proposing, we, the town of North Reading, are employers. We have an obligation to our employees to protect them. We have public employees who interact with the public. We have a responsibility to ensure that our public employees, when they interact with the public, are doing so in a safe manner. We were faced with a global pandemic. North Reading, by the way, did not require vaccine mandates, which is what they're inferring. North Reading, we had some masking requirements in a public health setting, public settings, because we need to protect our employees, we need to protect the public. The state came in and superseded those rulings and even got it even further. We haven't done here in North Reading. We took a very measured approach. It met on a daily basis. So, again, I urge you to vote no. I urge you to be vigilant, because they will be back with other proposals that you won't like. Well, okay, so come to town meeting, listen to them, vote your conscience, vote in the public interest, not self-interest.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hello, my name is Leanne Gonzalez. I'm speaking as a private citizen of North Reading. I'm a conservative who believes in limited government. Therefore, it's impossible for me to not support this article. I fully support the language in this article and will vote yes. That being said, I need to make some things clear. This is a non-binding article. It is a statement being made that the town of North Reading should never exceed the authority of the state. But let me be clear, we never did. I commend our town administrator, our superintendent, our board of health, and our school committee, who, by the way, voted 3-2 not to mask our children, but were overridden by the state. All of these town officials followed the state guidelines and never went beyond. However, that doesn't mean it will always be that way. We won't always have these same common sense officials. And so the statement I feel needs to be made, and I will be voting yes. And I'm speaking just totally conscious. Thank you.
I think we all know where each of us stand. We've had years to think about it.
Hugo, sorry, name and address for the record.
Sure. As I said before, Hugo Weiberg, 17 Woodland Drive, North Reading. I sense a lack of open-mindedness about the potential to take better care of our children. I think enormous damage has been done to our children, and it's in learning, it's emotional care, emotional status. And I just think it's time to look harder at it because there really was not a great danger to our children. They were very resilient to the virus. And again, a closed mind is a terrible thing to raise.
Tom Agner, 19 Gordon Road. This pandemic that we all went through together was unprecedented. Not since the Spanish flu has the world seen anything like it. And we didn't know how to react. We made a lot of knee-jerk reactions. We made some mistakes. There's not a single person in here that would disagree with that. That's one thing we can vote on unanimously. But for this very vocal minority to keep coming back to disrupt school committee meetings, to bring this article forward, which has no standing in this venue, to write article after article in the transcript, or excuse me, letter after letter, because of some research that they've done, incredible hubris, incredible arrogance to think that they know better than the entire community who's done a dedicated lifetime of work in the scientific community, and people that have dedicated all their lives on these boards. That's arrogant. This is an unprecedented situation. We don't know what the next one's going to be. The Board of Health, the school committee needs to have the flexibility to make the decisions for whatever that situation is. And I encourage everyone to vote this article down now.
I said I'd take both sides of the argument. We could be here all night debating this. I did have a call to the question and a move to the question.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to have a paper ballot.
I need 25 people to stand, and then we'd have a paper ballot. Not enough for a paper ballot?
Actually, I'm sorry. You stand square for that? 12.
– 16 people will call for a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The main motion to accept the article as presented. Is it clear?
We thought we were voting on a paper ballot.
We're not voting on a paper ballot because only 16 people stood up.
Correct. So now we're voting on the
I'm sorry, you're voting on the main motion is to approve this article, Article 35.
If I may, Scott Stimson. Before you move to the motion, Mr. Barrett has an opportunity.
He does not. You're right. So I'll do this. I'll take a vote on move to the question. All those in favor of moving to the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Mr. Barrett, before I take the vote, which will be voice vote, you have 3 minutes.
I can do that. Guillain-Barré syndrome, blood clots, deep vein thrombosis, neuropathy, and many other serious to fatal side effects. Why have all involved in promoting these shots neglected to inform the public for the risks? Let me ask you, did your doctor or pharmacist provide you with the safety insert for the vaccine before you took it? The reason they didn't do this is because the safety inserts are blank. And studies have shown that previous COVID infection provides robust and superior natural immunity for future infection. The existing COVID mandates in the Commonwealth have torn families apart, have destroyed careers, have made children choose between college enrollment and taking a shot they didn't need and didn't want. Now we are faced with the story after story of Massachusetts and around the world of formerly healthy children and adults injured or killed by a shot they didn't need with a vaccine that does not provide protection. I'll be quick on the Zelenko protocol, used by doctors worldwide to recuperate their highest risk patients. Dr. Zelenko published an 85% recovery rate among his highest risk patients. Google the miracle of Uttar Pradesh, where the Zelenko protocol was used to eradicate COVID. Yet the CDC, 3 years later, finally recognized this. During the entire time, the US government recognized the Zelenko protocol as effective in February 2020, but the media smeared anyone who tried to promote this treatment. And last point, number 5, Dr. David Martin, founder and chairman of NORCAM and a recognized data scientist, recently addressed the European Parliament on the published timeline of the development of the SARS-CoV-2 virus unleashed by China in mid-19. Coronavirus research began in 1966. Pfizer's first spike protein coronavirus vaccine was patented in 1990. In 2002, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill patented an infectious weapons-grade coronavirus. This work was funded by Fauci's NIAID and was released to the public as the SARS-CoV-1 virus outbreak in 2003. Subsequently, Fauci funded gain-of-function research via NIAID and EcoHealth Alliance. In between 2015 and 18, this became the SARS-CoV-2 outbreak. Meanwhile, Moderna, listen to this, patterned the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine in April of 2019. Let that sink in. Simply put, your government funded the creation of SARS that resulted in the COVID pandemic.
I have it on a clock.
So you can see the takeaways. Some will say that the state, if we don't follow the mandates, that we won't receive certain school funding. But I ask you, what is the value of a child's life who has committed suicide during lockdown? What is the value of a child's life who died suddenly after taking the COVID shot? What is the cost of a child suffering severe mental illness due to our oppressive COVID response? We now know universal masking did not work and caused immeasurable harm to our children. And we know that the COVID shots are unsafe and ineffective for healthy people, and especially children who have zero risk from COVID.
Need to wrap it up.
We ask for your support to support medical freedom and privacy and to not discriminate against the unvaccinated.
So on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion fails. I'll entertain one more motion.
I move to adjourn the meeting. Sine die.
Motion to adjourn, any debate? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous? Enjoy the rest of your evening.